Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then My son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. What happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11 I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this, because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ngozi DK, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon. On the Black Business Network today, the network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, Africa, Singapore, London, all over the globe, all over the United States. And we are very excited. The Black Business Network is indeed a global community sharing an amazing opportunity and an amazing community and knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate Black business owners across the globe. I'm very excited for our guest speakers and for those business owners who will present today. I'm very excited. Our first fireside chat is going to be Dr. Tandra Price. And pardon me, y'all, I am just getting myself together. How are you, Dr. Tandra Price? How are you?
Hi, how are you? How are you? What an amazing day. Welcome to the Black Business Network. We are so excited to be here. I'm excited to be here to share with you some amazing tips, to have a fireside chat with you to talk about the power of networking. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour sponsored program, and we are so super excited because you're going to see some amazing speakers throughout the amazing 7 days.
Yes.
So I love your name. Your name is so amazing. Can you please say it again so I make sure I don't mess it up?
Yeah, so I'm going to sing it because, I'm Nigerian American. So when I'm in America, it sounds one way, but.
Okay. Awesome. Listen, if you can sing your name and come out being amazing, that is awesome. Like, because most people, they have to say their names. I haven't heard anybody yet sing it. So please, give us a little tune of it.
That's the best way to get you to articulate it. Ngozi. I love it. Yes.
So let's jump into like a little fire chat conversation together to just get to a little bit know about. I speak on mastering the art of communications through the power of networking. That is my favorite topic. I have been doing it for over 20 years or so. Just for people to get a little information about who I am. I am Dr. Price. I am the owner and founder of Tapped In Magazine, a global publication. We help entrepreneurs from anywhere from coaches, authors, speakers. We do entertainment as well. The concept of our magazine is for lifestyle, business, and entertainment. So we really help entrepreneurs be able to amplify their voice to make sure that they are seen, heard, and noticed. But one of the things too we do as a part of Tapped In, which is TAPIN magazine, is we make sure that we help sure that you get the visibility that you need to make sure that you have a broader network where you're able to expand your network in major ways, especially a global way, just like we're doing here with the Black Business Network.
That's awesome. I think that's incredible. I was able to read and dive in, and I think this is an amazing platform. And that's awesome work. So I'm happy to have you, Dr. Tandra Price.
Thank you so much.
And I'm happy that you're here. So I just want to, you already introduced yourself.
Yes.
But I think it's necessary that we go in depth into who you are. And I would like to just invite the audience in to know a little bit about you. Is that okay?
That's okay.
You know, bios are so scripted, but
they really are. You know,
they're really scripted. But I'm going to read the bio just so people can know a little bit about what you do. What you definitely exude who you are. You're an amazing woman. You are beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Came in. So I just want you to meet again Tandra Price, an amazing woman, as you can see. She is a dynamic sales professional. And as she said before, with over 20 years experience and based in Oklahoma City, Dr. Price she has a passion to power of networking. Tandra believes that meaningful connections can definitely unlock incredible opportunities. After attending numerous events that missed the mark, I've seen events like that before, she saw the need to improve how people approach networking and conversation. Tandra has since empowered hundreds of entrepreneurs to build strong relationships and create opportunities and generate residual income. Everything that Dr. Tandra Price says, she exudes in the screen. And beyond the networking, Tandra co-hosts group discussions, speaks on podcasts, and regularly engages in events, sharing her insight, empowering others, and reach their full potential. I am very, very, very excited for the opportunity to bring Dr. Tandra Price back on the screen. Welcome.
We're doing welcome.
All right. The screen and the audience is all yours. We are so happy to have you, and we are so happy to hear what you have for us today, Dr. Price.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to get into me and you're going to have just a little kind of conversation about the power of networking. And a lot of times I get asked so many times questions that I just kind of like to share a little bit about the power of networking. A lot of times people want to know like some of the key elements of networking that people overlook. And when we talk about the power of networking and what people overlook is that the fact is that they overlook that conversation is the currency. Now, let me say that again. Conversation is the currency. So when we think about that, I mean, let that sit and resonate with you just a little bit. We overlook that we put together a lot of different things. Okay. So when we start a business, we normally get into, building websites, getting all the, pamphlets and things of that nature all set up. But what we do once we have that all set up is that the fact that we miss the mark because who are we going to send that information to? I think about that a lot of times when I'm asked these questions, what are some key elements of the meaning of meaningful networking that people overlook is that they overlook that they got to have customers. Once they finish doing all the other stuff, they have to have customers. And the customers are going to start with conversation. That's why conversation is your currency. We have to think about who our ideal client is, where we're going to get those clients. We have to kind of have a journey log, okay? Again, when we're putting our business together, we're putting together our why, we're putting together our business structure, we're putting our overall business plan together. But one of the things that we overlook is customers. We have all the other things, but we got to have customers. Another common question that I always get is, how can I share stories that of networking, like what are some of the biggest challenges? And these are just some questions that I want to bring to you that has been asked to me that I want to make sure that we're thinking about this with networking. What are some of the biggest challenges? Like, people always ask, share some stories. Some of the stories I get with that are the biggest challenges when we come to networking is, I hate networking. People say that to me all the time. I hate networking. I hate to go into an event where, one, I don't know anybody. Okay. I don't know anybody in the room. And I'm just, some people don't even like people. That's a challenge too. Okay. They go into a room full of strangers that they don't know. Two, they have to figure out what kind of conversation to have. That's a challenge. Three, the other challenge is that they don't even like really communicating and talking with people. Well, all of those are valid challenges, okay, that we have when it comes to networking. But we have to think about, again, our overall why. Why did we start our business? What was the purpose of our business? We were to help people. Again, I'm going to always keep going back to conversation is your currency. Okay, so write that down. Conversation is our currency. So we have to think about those questions, but how do we overcome those challenges? One, before you go to a networking event, do some research on the event. Okay, these are stories and challenges that I hear all the time, but we got to do some research. We have to make sure that we're knowing what the event is, if the event is something that we need to be at. Three, is our ideal client going to be there? Do you know who your ideal client is? That's a challenge. Do you know who your ideal client is? We have to figure out what we're selling, what our products and services that we're selling, and to make sure that we're in the right room when we do that. Two, the second thing is, let's make a conversation. When I talked about, one, we're going into an event that is kind of awkward. We don't know anyone, but if you do your research on the event, you've got to know how many times the event is done, who's the presenters of the event, do they have a Facebook of the event, so you can always connect and chime in with that as well. Giving you some things that you can do to prepare yourself before going to the event. Making sure that you have all your updated information. That's a huge challenge, because when you get into a networking event and you get over the first hurdle, you want to make sure that all your social media stuff is done correctly, that people can find you easily. They know exactly where to connect with you. Your website is working good. Your phone number is current. Your email is right. These are some things that help you to overcome that challenge when you get into go to a networking event and you already feel a little bit intimidated because you got to walk in there and don't really know anyone. Like, this is new to you. There's thousands or hundreds of people in the room. But once you have all these things together, it will give you a little bit of more confidence when you walk into the room and you get ready to connect with someone. I want to say just one more quick thing about the challenge too, we talked about getting in there when you walk, but now how do I get to the point where, I'm going by myself? I always say bring a buddy with you when you go networking, because again, that makes you feel a little bit more comfortable as well.
That is amazing, Dr. Price. First of all, I get excited when I just hear like-mindedness. And I don't know about you, but I think we should approach networking from an economic standpoint. If you're investing money, you better come out with something, right? Yeah. I love it when you said conversation is our currency.
Yes.
I mean, we can drop the mic and leave, and we can be done for the rest of the day and sit on that. That is amazing. I totally agree with planning events, and people don't understand networking it's a cost for your business. When you go to these events and you invest in it, you got to make the best of it. I want to know, how has the networking landscape changed over the 20 years of your career? And how have you adapted to the changes, especially because of the evolvement of artificial intelligence and technology? What's your perspective?
You know what? Great question. I get that question asked a lot of times. Now, we got to let's go back a little bit to how networking really kind of got started, because again, I've been in the network industry for over 20 plus years, and back then we were doing telephone books, cold calling. I mean, we were doing a lot of different things, newspapers. I mean, a lot of your advertising went out through newspaper. Now we look back over 20 years. I mean, the internet is just our best friend. It is so efficient and friendly to us that you can move the needle so much quicker. Now, let's think about this. Yeah. Now, back in the day, we had business cards that were cards, and that's still good today, paper business cards, but now we have digital business cards.
Yes.
So now, instead of, spending all the money on paper or, killing the trees and all, but I'm just saying, we can now use this digital system. that's moving much faster, effective, and efficiently. Back then, they didn't have a lot of the platforms. Now you have to look over the 20 years that a lot of platforms have changed. Okay, yes. There's been so many different new inventions or new innovative ideals that have came. Some of them have stuck, which is like Facebook, Instagram, but some of them have been changing. So we have to think about, how do we move the needle quicker? How do we not go to those meetings and sit at a coffee shop 20, 30 minutes getting to know someone, to where now, look, we can do it as quick as, 2 or 3 minutes. You can get to know everything about your prospect even before you meet them from the very first time. So we have to just look at how the digital age and future forward thinking, how it's going to be in the future of what we're going to. We're not done yet. Okay. There's still new and more better things that's going to be coming down the pipeline to help us to be able to network much effective and quicker. Now, for me, kind of what we've done is we've changed the networking space to where we're now doing digital magazines. My goal is, when we started the publication, I was wanting to change the networking landscape, just like everyone else that's coming up with a new innovative idea. But one thing that I thought that would be really great when we started Tap In magazine is that we put everybody on the front cover of that publication. And by putting that front picture on the front cover, you're able to use that as a more effective and efficient publication to make sure that you're seen, heard, and noticed. Remember when before we had to go sit at a coffee shop, sit there 20, 30 minutes, drive, talk, then get to know the person, and then leave and have to do that over. So we were cutting our time with meeting more people, to where now, moving forward in the future, now we can use things much faster and quicker. And I can talk to, within an hour, I could probably talk to maybe 50, 60 people versus in that 1 hour talking to maybe 1 or 2. But we're using the method now with our publication, Tapped In Magazine, to move things and move the needle much quicker and faster.
I love that, Dr. Tondra Price. And you are so right. I remember phone books and yellow pages and cards. But you said something very significant, and I kind of want to hear your perspective about this. You talked about back in the day, 20 years ago, we were able to sit at the coffee shop and maybe spend 30 to 45 minutes getting to know each other. So our networking was solidified through connection. So today we're in the 21st century, the data information era, and everything is microwave, everything is quick. So how do you bring that medium? How do you connect quickly? And that goes back to what you said about conversation is our currency. So can you expound on what words, to use to connect quickly in today's digital age?
The thing about it is, I think some of the things that we can do right now is, after I leave a networking event, I already have in my handy dandy phone is like, listen, it was amazing meeting with you. Are you available for coffee, Tuesday, Thursday? I always kind of give a set time and date. I always try to choose my language too for when I'm meeting someone, to make sure that I'm being more impressionable to that person, and that I'm actively listening. So some of the things that when I do to or what's really good for anyone is to make sure that you have some key listening skills when it comes to networking, and maybe sure that you're picking something specifically in order to set that appointment up, because I think it goes differently for every conversation that you have, right? When you meet somebody and what the next steps is. Now, remember, networking is an action. Networking is an action. When you go to networking, you have to have an action step, the next step, in order to get your appointment or order to build a relationship with that person.
Yes.
So when we think about that, again, moving from the coffee shop to now the internet, right? We can move it much quicker. Those conversations is going to have to be based, again, on the data that you see or that you've looked for them on, like Facebook, Instagram. LinkedIn is definitely overlooked, but you can get a lot of information based on that person, so you'll know what kind of conversation to have with them when you're actually ready to set an appointment with them.
I love that. Because you got it connected. That was very, very, very profound. I love the point that you made, that networking is an action. And not only that, you got to have the next action step in place. And that comes from the intentional planning that you do when you network, right?
Right. I think it's really coming from the conversation. Remember, you have to make sure that we're intentional about our conversations. A lot of times when we go to networking, you have to have a plan when you go there. You got to, what's your objective? I mean, do you want to just meet people, or are you going just for the socialite? I mean, what is your plan when you get there? But even within your plan, you got to know what kind of conversation that you're going to have. And one, when I talked about the research, you got to know who you're going to be talking to, who's in the room in order to have that conversation.
I love that. Have you ever heard of BAM, FAM?
Yep. Book a meeting from a meeting. Yes.
There you go. And that's that action step. So that is so powerful. So look, a lot of us, we really network to be seen, and we network because it's fun. I notice when I have a lot of networks, see, I'm on a mission, so I'm with you. But I also observe, and I notice a lot of people are just having fun and networking. That's okay. Whatever you come for, get it. But what are some misconceptions that entrepreneurs have had about networking, and how do you help them overcome those misconceptions?
You know what they say, networking, the biggest misconception people have is networking doesn't work. They say it doesn't work, but the reason why it doesn't work is because you didn't do your research. The reason why it doesn't work is because you didn't put yourself in the right room.
That's right.
You got to look at, there's hundreds of networking events that takes place every day. Now, you have to look and see if that's where you're supposed to be. We talk about our ideal client. Is your ideal client at that particular networking event? How do you overcome that? Is you have to do your research. You have to do your research. I say research, research, research. You will always hear me say that. I tell my clients about researching, because one, you got to know how long the event is, who's at the event, who's hosting the event. What is your business? How does your business place within that event? If you go and do your research and go to the right events, then you're going to be able to come that misconception of networking doesn't work, because you're going to put yourself in the right space at the right time, and you're going to be able to get so many connections when you're there.
You know what? That is so awesome. And you're right. I just thank God that somehow or another I had a Dr. Tandra Price in my head, and I didn't know who she was. This is her. And I learned this stuff early on, but you still have so much that I have not heard in this little bit of time. It's just so fantastic. Can you just share with me? I mean, you network, you meet a lot of people, you go a lot of places, and there's only, maybe I say about 3 times that you meet people that are truly impressionable, that you just carry along. And can you share with me any memorable experiences or feedback that you have received from these speaking engagements that you go on?
Yeah, so here's the thing that's important when I want to take a step back too, just when we talk about networking, there's 3 things that we have to make sure that we do. We have to make sure that we entertain, engage, and educate our clients. Okay.
Yes.
When you go to a networking event, make sure that you write those 3 things down, because a lot of times when you want to engage with the person that you're talking to, okay, that's the very first thing. And you want to be able to entertain them in some kind of fashion, form, of what you do as your business. Okay. But then you want to educate them on why they really need to have your products and services. Okay. Those are 3 things that's a must. But some of the success things that even when I talk on podcasts, when I get on stage, I do those 3 different things, and I do them in a way that makes people understand the power of networking. Once I leave the stages from speaking, I mean, I have people that, want me to be a part of their training program. They want to be a part of my book. We have our book, which is this thing right here, which is Networking Made Easy, 10 Things Before 10. It has a lot of tools and techniques. We talk about leaving that stage, giving them opportunities of what visibility looks like. They want to be featured in our magazine. How can we get a part of some of that expendable network? When we leave the stage, we talk about things that can help them really be able to benefit and add value to their business. And that's some of the things that we want to make sure that you do, whether you're in a podcast or whether you're on stage. How can Tapped In, or how can our business help solve your problems and help you be able to grow your business? And those are the things that we leave when we come off the stage. But I want to talk just real quickly, one step back too, because when we think about networking real quickly, there are different type of networkers or communicators. Okay. I just want to run through these real quick. Every time you go to an event, you have like what I call that social butterfly person. That's the person you think about when you come into a network. You know, these are the people that are excited to be there. They want to make sure that you connect with other people. But there's also a person in that room that's called the FOMO. You know, we all know what FOMO is, right? Fear of missing out. These are the people that are always going to be going to networking event and networking event. You know, these are the people that you will find in the room. They'll come up to you, be like, "Oh, girl, have you been to such and such? Or have you been to this event? Or have you been to that event?" They're the people that if you want to keep in a consistent connection mode, you want to make sure that you're connecting with those people. And I want to just say too, when we talk about moving fast forward, we always have that digital networker. And these are good networkers because they're only going to connect with you on a digital platform. So I wanted to talk about, there's several different networkers and communicators, but these are some of the ones that kind of stand out when you look at going to different networking events and how can you really integrate yourself with those people.
That's amazing. As you spoke about, let me see, the social butterfly, the FOMO, and the digital networker. I could have identified myself in all three of those, you know, at one point in my life. Today, I would think I'm an effective digital, maybe a little FOMO, but I'm breaking back out and getting to that place where I can be that social butterfly again, because there's a time to come in and go out. So that's exciting. Thank you for sharing that. That's very, very, very great information. So as we all know, you are just a queen of networking and you frequently speak on podcasts and events. So how do you tailor your message? You speak a lot about our conversation and our language. And in order to be effective, you have to speak different languages. How do you tailor your messages for different audiences?
Yeah. So when you're when you get invited to a podcast, first of all, you want to do some research. Again, you're always going to hear me say research that podcast, but you want to make sure that you're connecting with the host of the podcast and you wanting to make sure that they ask you certain questions. And those are some questions that you have to give to that particular person on the podcast. Let me give you an example, because I was just recently on a podcast and the podcast was about mental the mental mind, you know, having the right mentality. So when we talk about networking, again, you have to cater your conversation, like you said, to each different audience. Networking is across the board, but how you put that out there is making sure that you've done your research on that particular podcast. So when they're asking you these particular questions, you could be able to cater to the audience, because you've done your research and you're giving them particular questions to ask. You always want to be able to put your message out there, but they have to know exactly what it is that they want you to ask. What you wanted to put out there, and as them being the host of the podcast, you can provide those questions to them of what they need to ask you, so then you can have a better dialogue, a better conversation, and then you be able to get your message out much effective and efficiently of what you're trying to say. And people can be able to connect with you after that podcast. Because if you let the podcaster just give you random questions, it's going to be hard for you to be able to deliver your message of what you're trying to get the audience to understand about you.
I love that. And when I hear your wisdom there, I think of one question that I will ask, like, who is your audience? Like, who am I speaking to, right? Who am I engaging with? That is so powerful. I appreciate that. Now, you know, I always like, you know, we coming in, I see that you're vibrant and you are just a magnet of people. And networking is a skill that we can develop. Was there ever a point in your life where you were shy or you couldn't speak for yourself? And just tell me what inspired your start in this area.
Well, you know what? I can always say I have never been a person of few words. I've always been a talker. But if we take it back to when I originally started getting into this space, was when, you know, I can say when I got my very first job. And again, they handed me this phone book, okay? They handed me this phone book. And that back then I was working on commission. They was like, listen, you got to find some clients. You got to find some customers. And how you do that is going to be starting with this phone book. Again, that's kind of how we went from, you know, old school to now, and just been able to develop those skills and techniques to where I am today. But No, I mean, I really kind of got started when the first person said no. Listen, everybody gets fear of that word no. But when I realized over my journey that no just means not right now.
No, it's just me, not right now. Well, we are wrapping up this session. This has been incredible. I got so engaged. You're so captivating. I forgot about our time here. But before we go, if you don't mind, just tell me one thing. What advice would you give to an entrepreneur who wants to use networking to take to their business to the next level? And can you give me that in 30 seconds?
Build relationships. It's all about building relationships. Build relationships. Remember, networking is not for you, it's for the next person. So if you can learn to master the art of building relationships, then it's going to elevate your business to a whole nother level and help you to build. And to make sure that you get my book. And you can go to Tapped In Magazine. That's TAPIN magazine.org. We didn't get to talk a lot about it, but these are some techniques that help you to really start to begin your day and to master the art of networking. So go to Tapped In, TAPIN magazine.org. Grab that book and start your journey to building a successful relationship and mastering the art of networking.
Hey, I had to challenge you there, Dr. Tandra Price. I knew you would nail it. But, when we talk about connection, I just want to prolong this time here. And I don't want to rush it. We have about 10 more minutes here because it's not often that folks hear the truth about networking and this information moving forward. It's really a pivotal time in the world, and we truly need to understand the power of networking and how to connect. So if I can just dig a little bit more into who you are as the woman, and so we know what you do, right? Everyone knows what we do, but I would love to dive in a little bit more into who you are. And yes.
This is what I think. I think, again, I'm gonna shout out my book again, which is Networking Made Easy. I think that once we understand how to network, that starts with having the right mentality. That starts up with getting our day going. I call 10 things before 10. I think you should, map out your day. What are 10 income producing activities that you can do at the beginning of the day before you even start your day? Okay. Those are the things to me that help kind of set the pace to building and elevating your business and networking. We always have to remember that, again, I talked about conversation is currency, that we have to have relationships. Every relationship you build is, I call it 10 times your billboard. Once you do really good at building relationships, for the next person you build a relationship, that's 10 more people that you can build another relationship with, because they are your walking billboard. They're the ones who say, if you did a fantastic job with them, you helped them, you were able to help them elevate their game and their business, they're going to be able to refer you. I mean, you have to look at every time that we sit and do something or we put someone in our publication, that is almost given like another 1,000 connections, meaning that we've done such a fabulous job. We highlighted them on our cover. We told their story. And now guess what? They're going to share that with their friends, their families, their coworkers, all their network. And that's when I say we're talking about they become your billboard. So we have to think about, you're not networking for yourself. You're networking for the next person, but you're building some good, solid foundations. And that is the key to networking. A lot of people think that they can go in and just pitch their business. No one's going to do business with you if they don't know who you are. Okay. If they don't know who you are. And we have to make sure that we are always visible to our prospect. A lot of times, we think we can do that one and done thing. You can't just post one time and expect somebody to magically bring you all this business in. I mean, you have to make sure that you're incorporating networking into your daily routine. It is a conversation. How many conversations? You know what? I would be curious if someone would do a survey on how many conversations that they have per day. And out of those conversations, how many times did you bring up your product? We have to think about it. When we're talking, we're not being intentional about our conversation. Conversations is the currency. When I'm talking, you have to be able to practice that networking skill. it doesn't mean like pitching your business, but a lot of times, you could just be talking about your business and be like, yeah, Tapped In Magazine is an amazing magazine that, we were able to feature X, Y, and Z into the publication. And she had a phenomenal story that you could be able to connect with. I mean, that's just a conversation. I didn't pitch my business. I said, Tapped In Magazine, and I'm telling you about a particular client in there. But you have to think about, how do you really have a conversation? How do you have a conversation? What does your conversations entail when you're talking to people? You pick up the phone in the morning. I'm sure a lot of us are always on our cell phone in the morning, but what are you having? Good morning. How are you? What are you doing today? I mean, how do you really incorporate your business, or even just the name of your business, in that conversation? Maybe not. Remember, we're not pitching, but we're just talking in general about our business. So I would really challenge people to see how often within the day of the conversations, how many times you actually pitch your business in your conversation. People don't think about that.
Listen, that's so amazing. And listen, I'm the type, I get knowledge, I apply it immediately. Hi, my name is Ngazi J.K. and my business is.
Yeah, but we kind of don't think about that. Just think how many times
you're so true. You're so, I'm going to take that little bit of powerful advice and I'm going to pay attention. I'm going to survey myself, because I'm very strategic in my conversations, but I don't mention, because we're under that FOMO phase where privacy or, the big vision. But how do you draw that balance between knowing what to speak about your business and knowing what to conceal, because what's the balance?
Here's the balance. I mean, you can talk around your business. You can talk about the components of your business, sometimes without seeing the business. And then they will ask you, what's the name of your business?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, a lot of times you could talk about, me being, it's amazing to be featured in amazing magazines that have this captivating cover and audience. Yes. I mean, sometimes I'm just sitting and talking to people about that. Listen, I'm looking at a brochure in the grocery store. Let's go there. This is how you have to really kind of figure out the conversation. I'm in the grocery store looking at, one of the magazines there on the rack, and there's a person next to me, and I can say to myself, oh, this is amazing cover. Can you see this?
Yes.
Now, how does that relate to my business? I have now got the attention of this person looking at this particular cover, and now all I have to do is slide my stuff in there. Yeah, Tapped In is a magazine that, has amazing people like this on the cover. I mean, look at the content inside. You can talk around and then bring it back to, what you do. A lot of times people be thinking like, yeah, I'm a financial planner. Okay, but what have you done in the financial space that would draw a conversation up? You could talk about the economy right now and what's going on, and then how your business can help, solve that problem. A lot of times, we just don't want to go head in, because a lot of people don't want to hear that, because there's probably a lot of financial planners. There's a lot of insurance people, but what is your business doing to help solve the problem that's currently out there right now?
I love that. I'm really gleaming from your wisdom. And I asked the question, who are you? And you answered it. You are a woman who is very passionate about helping people network, helping us to connect, and like you said, when we network, it's about the next person. But who you are is exuding that. And I just want to bring this observation based off of this profound knowledge that you're sharing, which is very simple. The most simplest knowledge is the most profound, but you have shared in regards to the conversation and knowing how to connect. I lost my train of thought that quick. It was so powerful. Dang on it. But anyway, getting back to the networking and connecting and really, really having the right conversation. You have trained many entrepreneurs and you have offered so much strategy and help entrepreneurs to develop in their networking. What are your favorite? What are your favorite pieces? You shared a lot already. I mean, I can just follow, you shared a lot, but what is your favorite tip?
Well, my favorite thing is one which you can find in my book, 10 Things Before 10, is my favorite thing is just having a plan, having a goal set. I I look at the goals that I have set when I get ready to go network. It's the same goals that I try to implement on a daily basis. You know, I set a goal for today. I do my research of where I'm trying to be today. You know, I'm always preparing my introduction, not for selling, but how can I be memorable to the next person that I'm talking to, whether it's in person or on the phone. I'm always doing my practicing networking skills. I mean, one of the biggest skills is just listening, you know, not having my own agenda when I go into the event, that I'm on someone else's agenda. Like, it's not that I'm trying to spew my stuff out, but I need to practice those skills of listening. And I think that's part which you can find too in my book, 10 Things Before 10. I'm always wanting to make sure that all my information is updated, okay? Because you have that one impression to impress someone, and you don't want to blow up by not having your information already currently updated. And then the next thing, you know, I'm always trying to connect. When we think about networking and having conversations, I try to connect with 5 new people every day. Like, who is 5 people I haven't talked to today? Let's connect with them. And that's kind of my favorite. I mean, again, these are just some simple tips that when I started and introduced into my book, and they work. They have been proven to work.
That's amazing. Dr. Tondra Price, this was such an incredible moment to share with you. You share some profound wisdom with the Black Business Network. And I just want to thank you for your time. Once again, my name is Ngazi DK of Ngazi Global. And we thank you so much for having us, for coming.
Thank you.
You were so powerful. Like, you had me, but we had you. We had each other. Have a great evening. Thank you. Bye. Bye-bye.
Hey, everyone. It's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5 Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area, and Network in Action Northeast Houston with
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you, as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius, oh yeah, it's common.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat,
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hi, welcome. The Black Business Network welcomes you. I am Ngozi Dike, and I'm excited to be here with you. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge and power to inspire and educate businesses about business. We'll be hosting fireside chats. You know what? I'm going to do without those cricket glasses. But we are hosting fireside chats today. And I'm very excited for our next guest. Our next guest is chat with Ivanka Farabee. She was born and raised in Chicago, Illinois. Dr. Ivanka, also known as Dr. Ivanka, is a master chaplain, life elevation strategist, a coach and motivational speaker with over 30 years experience in sales, consultancy, real estate, insurance, and online course creation. She's a sought-after speaker, and Dr. Ivanka has built a strong reputation working with the government and team leaders by fostering innovation and success. Please help me welcome Dr. Ivanka. But before we do that, I just want to expound on her passion for helping others. She has a great passion for helping others stem from overcoming her own personal challenges, including failure of her marriage, her business, as well as battling anxiety and depression. Y'all, I'm very excited for this fire chat conversation. And through determination and transformation, Dr. Ivanka, she is now guides clients to rebuild their lives and careers by embracing change and using life transition as a tool for growth. Dr. Ivanka holds a doctorate in theology, an honorary doctorate in applied ministry, and a master's in applied ministry, along with several professional certifications. I am so excited for this hour. And ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Ivanka.
Are you? Can you hear me? Oh, there we are.
Here we are.
Yay. How are
Yay,
you?
so
Thank you so
excited.
much. Yes, and pronounce your name. Is it Ngozi?
Sure, Ngozi. Ngozi.
Okay,
Yes,
awesome.
That's how you say my name. I am so excited for this fireside chat. What about you?
I am as well, and I am so appreciative of the Black Business Network with the Black Business Olympics for allowing me just some time to share and have this conversation.
Well, I'm excited. I'm very excited. I'm just going to dive right in. You know, time is precious, and I'm ready just to go and get to know more about you and who you are. Mm-hmm. Okay, can you please share how your journey from Chicago shaped the person you are today? And what experiences influenced your path to becoming a life elevation strategist? I love that. In a master.
Awesome. But you know, there's a lot in that question, and I'll summarize it. I usually summarize it in this way. So I was raised in Chicago, and at the time, it's a much more diverse now, but pretty segregated. I was in an African American area, and many of the people in that area were part of the Great Migration, which, as you know, that's where, so many people from the South migrated to cities like Chicago for the promise of these great factory jobs where there was regular pay. And my mother was one of those people. So she she was raised on a farm. She was the oldest of seven. And so she didn't know anybody in Chicago. In 3 days, fortunately, she was able to commandeer one of these positions where she worked at a factory, and that's where she met my dad. But the thing about the culture of that, in terms, I'll speak for my family, we didn't have a lot of entrepreneurs in our family after my grandfather's segment. And I think what happened is a lot of people my mother's age, they didn't want their children to work as hard as they worked. My mother worked very hard on the farm. And, it was one of those stories, we got up at, 4 a.m. to do all the chores. And then we went to school, and then and this was all to keep the household going. And so one of her dreams was to make sure her children had the opportunity to go to college, because back then college was the answer. Things are a little bit different now. College is very important, but there is an array of ways people receive education now that they can be successful. But then that was the ticket. It was all about getting a college degree and getting one of those corporate jobs where you didn't have to get your hands dirty, and earning as much money as you can earn, and getting a pension and all the stuff. So my mother was a part of that, mindset, as well as my dad. And even though they didn't stay married, that was one of the things that was central to them. So, and I was in agreement. So I went to college. I did everything everybody said I was supposed to do to be happy. And I got my first job at a Fortune 100, actually a Fortune 100 corporation in an engineering organization, and everybody was so proud of me, and so on and so forth. But the problem is I really hated it there. I couldn't believe I had worked all that, and I got to that moment, and it was because I didn't understand who I was. I was a young person. I was 21 years old, actually 20 when I started there as an intern. But I didn't understand who I was, what I wanted, what was, now we know a lot more about purpose, and kids know about, gifts and talents and making money and what you love. That was not a part of our nomenclature, back in, the mid 80s, even when this.
Absolutely.
So you got a job, and the way my parents felt about it, I mean, they would chuckle. They know a little bit better now, but my mother's still alive, but they would chuckle at the idea that you had to enjoy what you did and all that. It's like, you think we enjoyed our jobs? We didn't enjoy our jobs. You get in there and you roll your sleeves up. And so what happened, I was really, I was struggling at this job because, first of all, I'm no engineer. I want to say that. And God's grace was just with me because of my my natural gifts, which I didn't even realize at the time, for leadership. I was promoted quickly, mostly to get me out of the lab. But the other part of it was basically to help manage, from a project management standpoint, in terms of bringing a lot of the engineers and other people together, because that's something they didn't do. But I didn't even recognize that this was a gift. I was just good at it naturally. So, but that background, coming from people from the Great Migration, and coming from hard work and factory work, it gave me a work ethic. But what I was not able to do is really have an understanding of who I was and what was desired of me. And I remember going to my mother and telling her, I said, I got to do something different. This job is suffocating me. So basically, I was surprised because she was mortified. She was like, not that good job and that good pay and those good benefits. What are you talking about? You get back there and get those people to pay you as much as they'll pay you, and that's it. So I did what she said, but I had entrepreneurial desires. I had things that I had in my heart that I wanted to do, but I just really stuck with that mediocrity, in terms of it wasn't my best. But because I wouldn't live my truth, I'm going to tell you, Ngozi, I didn't have to make a decision. I had no life plan. And in 2008, the economy crashed and I lost everything. I lost everything. Because I had moved into I'd moved into sales by this point, and that was, better for me. And I had changed industries and things were looking, but I got comfortable, but it still was not my heart's desire. But I would not make a decision. And so when the economy crashed, I lost everything. I was married for, at this time, I think about 12 years. And, that basically bit the dust, with the pressure of everything that was going on. And it was already an arduous situation. And I didn't have a plan. So when I got laid off, I was basically fueled by fear because I didn't know how. I thought I couldn't do it out this 6-figure job. How am I going to get back there?
Mm-hmm.
And wasn't thinking, no intentionality at all. So I opened a business, which I would not suggest anybody do. I under that pressure, going through a divorce, all of the stressors that make decision making is not the greatest. You probably want to stabilize first. I started a business, and it was an insurance. It was an insurance agency. Nothing wrong with the insurance business, but because it still was not. It wasn't a passion of mine in that regard in terms of that business model. I really do. I love insurance, and I still sell it today. But that model was terrible. But because I didn't have a life plan, I had that business for 7 years, and it was pure toil. It was struggle for 7 years. So I found myself at the end of a 7-year period. I had laid off all the employees that I had, and I had expended my retirement trying to survive. I expended my severance, and I was at rock bottom, and I ended up closing my doors. So at this point, what was happening with me is now I was in a financial crisis. And so not only was I facing eviction, because it's crept into my personal life now, I was facing eviction in my personal residence as well as my business location at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So I sat in my office, and at this time I was still open. I hadn't closed just yet. And I said, you know what? I can't keep all the balls in the air. And I decided to do something. Les Brown has a saying that says, let go or be dragged.
Yes.
So I was being dragged. And so I decided to let everything go, let the chips fall where they may. And when I looked, the rubble that lied at my feet of my life, I didn't recognize anything. Nothing but that was exactly where God wanted me to be. Because at that point, I made a decision that I was going to evaluate what was truly important to me. What are my values? How am I going to not just come back from this, but how am I going to thrive, and how am I going to live purpose? Because by this point now, I've come into an understanding of purpose and how it's important to take your gifts and talents and intersect with your passion so that your purpose can come alive in terms of what it is that you're desiring to do. But that whole background is what ended up shaping me, because there are a few things that I did. I went to therapy, because here's the thing. Now I will tell you this because there's a couple things that came out of the disaster that I found out and was open to things that I would not have been open to, because I didn't have anything to lose at that point. So I could hear a little bit clearly, in terms of my heart's desire, and then I could pay attention. So I ended up becoming a prison chaplain, which is completely off the beaten path. If you'd have asked me if I'd have been doing that at some point, I would have told you absolutely not. I had a brother that was in the system in Cook County, in and out for years because of a drug addiction. So it caused my family a lot of pain and things like that. So I was never open. But he passed away at that time. It's been about 12 years now. But at that time, he had just passed away. But I took stock of really my relationship with him and what he needed. And then I began to grow a passion to try to help people, because I realized my brother didn't have a lot of resources. So that began to awaken a lot of passion in me for helping those who are incarcerated and disenfranchised. So that was one aspect of the business. And then I personally got therapy because I needed to work out some things that were going on with me so that I can clear my head and so that I can be healthy. because I believe you have to walk in a degree of health. We're always growing and evolving, but you have to walk in a degree of health if you're going to talk about helping other people. And the third thing is, as I begin to do things that work for me over time, people begin to be drawn to me, and I begin to coach other people who needed to come back from adverse situations. They needed, or even some people live very good lives, but they're trapped because they've built a life that is not true to who they are, but they have a whole lifestyle that's dependent upon it. They have children. They have, that they have to get through college. They have a couple of Mercedes in the in the driveway. They have a house payment. They may have some other things. Maybe they, are used to taking vacations every year, but all of this stuff, keeps them maybe where they're pent up against the wall, and maybe the things that they desire, they can't do. So I help people walk through life plans so they can establish and begin to be intentional about their lives.
That's amazing. Wow. First of all, I just want to take a moment.
A lot.
Celebrate you. I mean, you said a lot, and I celebrate you, Dr. Ivanka, because it resonates. Your story is such amazing to stand before us with such poise and grace and strength. That's amazing. You said a lot, and I just want to kind of zone in on some things that you said. You talked about being mediocre and not having a plan, not having a life plan. And I know in today's world, we always plan to succeed, but we don't plan to fail.
Mm-hmm.
If failing is a significant part of success, then we need to start planning to fail. And in your marriage, you had no idea. When you signed up back in the day, you talked about your parents' mindset versus today's mindset.
Mm-hmm.
Mindset is so important. And it's my hope that we can kind of merge these mindsets, because we need both mindsets to be effective. Mm-hmm. But you mentioned how you got married and then you got a divorce.
Mm-hmm.
But when you got married, you didn't see divorce, right? So you didn't plan.
Absolutely.
So
and then even now, I mean, it's certain things that I know, because I know that, we're talking about, a lot of years here, right? So, I was divorced 12 years ago. So I'm a completely different woman than I was, when I was 30 years old. But you couldn't have told me. I thought I knew plenty.
Exactly.
I thought I knew plenty. But life is a teacher if you allow it.
If you allow it. They say when the student's ready, the teacher will show up, right?
Yes. And so if you allow it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. So in regards to your challenges, including your marriage, your health, mm-hmm. and your business setbacks, how did these struggles inspire your work today?
Well, one, it's giving you a level of resilience, because one thing about challenges, we wait for things so many times to get easier. And it's a mindset. If I could just get to the end of, if my kids, I can just get them to college, things will get easier. If I can just get to retirement, things will get easier. If I can just, and the thing is, life doesn't necessarily, when you have something that's worthwhile to achieve, it's not necessarily easy. I just looked at something that resonated with me so much. It's about getting good when life is hard, getting better at the hard things. So and that takes a shift in a mentality, right? So that you don't get to some place where it gets difficult and then you get discouraged. You get discouraged and you allow, or, people get discouraged, but let that last a few minutes. You got to shake it off so that you can press. What is it that I need to learn so that I can navigate through these situations? What is it that what resources do I need? And it's not necessarily outside of money. We can look at money so much. We need money. Money is important, but it's not everything. When you have resources in terms of people who are willing to impart knowledge into you, that is sometimes invaluable. I've even trained myself sometimes when I'm around people that I know that have achieved a lot. Sometimes they'll tell you things and you think it's just a conversation, but you really need to take notes.
Yes.
Because I've had people tell me, and they say it very casually, you should do this XYZ thing. I did that. And this is the key. Sometimes they'll tell you how much money they made. Then they'll tell you how they did it. They're just not talking just to be talking.
That's
It's
right.
something that they're imparting into you. And there is a level of expectation that if you're receiving it, there's probably a relationship they can develop with you. And there's something in you that they see that they think that you can go to the next place. And you also can see how you can help that person with the skill sets that you have as well. But it's very important to pay attention to when people are speaking to you, successful people, and they say, well, I did this how I did it, and after this much time I made this much money. And now it's running on all cylinders. It's relatively easy. I have to tune up, but then that's what frees my time up to do this other thing I want to do.
I love
It's not just good information. We have to be students. We have to be students, and we have to walk in a humility where we can receive information, even from people we may not be that crazy about. I've had to learn. Sometimes people's personalities can make our ears turn off, because we don't like a person. We really even have to get past that. We're in circles where we're working with all different kind of people, and somebody can have the very information that you need or the connections that you need. But if they're off put, I've run into that so many times where people are like, I don't really care for that person. So big deal.
Right.
Big deal. Did they do something to you? Did they do something that compromised your integrity? Do you see that? Or is it just a personality thing? We've got to be able to manage all different type of relationships.
I love that. And that's very, very effective, important information today, even more so in this digital age and how everything is so evolved. We have to manage effective relationships. Now, you went through a divorce, you lost your job, you went through a lot. Back in the day, like you said, in the 80s, mental health was not a popular topic. Right. So I imagine that you went through, as a woman who's been divorced and can really understand the sting of an unplanned divorce and not having a life plan, after divorce and where you go, everything you mentioned, I guess it comes with the territory of not planning to fail. Right. I was there, so it resonated.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you, considering that you dealt with anxiety and depression and all the trauma that came with your life transitions, how did you manage to manage your anxiety and depression effectively as you were moving forward?
I think it's important and I had a little bit of an advantage because I was also in the area of pharmaceutical sales. I used to sell depression and anxiety medication, so there was a lot of physicians, day in day out, and talking to psychiatrists and even psychologists about the subject. So when the things started happening to me, I kind of had some information, and and because some people have a clinical depression that they really there's some things that need to be dug into, and they need to be on medication. And then there's situational depression. That's what we all from time to time go through, and they're not necessarily the same. If we could just press and get past the hump, if we can just get into therapy and talk to someone, if we can really just be intentional about learning from past mistakes, when we get to a place where this thing has fallen apart, it's like, okay, what do I need to learn from this? Instead of saying, why me? Now I've really trained myself to be like, okay, what do I need to learn from this? Or if something is not working out, it's like, oh, I need some skills someplace. I need some different strategy. What is it that I'm missing? And why is this happening? A lot of it'll come, like one thing with financial challenges. If you don't manage what you have well, then you're going to have a difficult time drawing more to you.
Absolutely.
Because you have to be able to be trusted, not only with receiving money, but what are you to do once you receive it? Mm-hmm. And how is that to be managed? So that's a very, very important thing, to be able to do that. Also, it's in regards to mindset. If you are believing God, I'll just say that because that's where I come from, for $1 million, but you have a thousandaire mindset. Even if you get $1 million, if you don't do something about your mind, and how you think, you will, it could be subconscious. You will work until that $1 million is $1,000. And that'll keep happening to you over and over again. Why can't I keep money in my hand? Why can't I do? So you have to become a student of where is your bag of holes? Where, you gotta shore that up as well. So do you need to manage things well? Do you have taxes that are not done on a regular basis? Do you have, what? Because especially with entrepreneurs, when you're working day in and day out of business, some of you want to do really what you love to do, but when if you're small, you have to carry several hats until you can figure out how to offboard some of the responsibilities. So, if you need a CPA, you got to get one, and prepare to pay for that. When you get very, very good at a particular task, where you can almost do it with your eyes closed, that might be a time where you can begin to um, to delegate that someplace, so that you can work in your business at a higher level. So there are various things that you look at, but when it comes to managing the depression, it's mostly making sure that if you need to talk to somebody, that you get with a therapist or get with a clergy. Like, some people don't have insurance. I had somebody who said, I don't have insurance, I can't. Okay, do you have clergy? Do you have a pastor? Their counseling department? You can. There's ways to do it, and it's important to do. But also, it's important to get your body moving, and then begin. If you need to start exercising to get your endorphins going, to get some serotonin moving in your brain, and dopamine, so that you can begin to think more clearly, and you're not so focused on your situation, because that's basically what's happening with depression, is that there is a laser focus on self and the situation at hand. And so you need hope, and the hope comes from developing plans, even if you're not executing in a moment, even if you don't know how it's going to happen, even if you don't know, where the money's coming from. It does not matter. I promise you. You put pen to paper and you begin to write your vision and make it plain up on tables, and then you can reverse engineer the plans and see, okay, what do I need to do within the next year? What can I work on? There are some things that, in terms of pressing, and it's not always easy. And particularly, it's important to have if you don't have clergy, to have a medical professional involved. If you think you've suffered from depression over time, it wasn't just the situation may have made it worse, but this is something that you've struggled with, seemingly for no reason, out of nowhere, for a long, chronic amount of time.
Thank you, Dr. Ivanka. We have 2 minutes left, but before we go, I have 2 requests. I want to learn and I want to know all about this life elevation coach. Tell us what that means in a minute. Then I want to know how and where can we find you?
Life elevation coaches, that basically means that I help people and guide them and help them get from one place of stagnation to a place where they're flowing and they're going to the next level of where it is they desire to go. And I do individual coaching, but I also do group coaching. I can be contacted if you go to my website, www.liveshacklefree.com, or you can email me at info@liveshacklefree.com, or even call me at 323-304-3440. And also, if someone is interested, because what I help people do as well is I help them to monetize their expertise, because that's another avenue for people. And I coach people on how to do that so that they can translate their materials and their life-changing messages in over 100 languages and have it marketed in 200 countries. And that I have meetings every Monday and Wednesday at 6:30 at Pacific time, at 9:30 Eastern. I have a meeting tonight. If you want, someone who wants to go to www.wespeaktotheworld.com at 9:30 Eastern, they'll be routed into that 30-minute presentation for that if they want to know more.
That is so exciting. Dr. Ivanka, you were amazing. Your story is triumphant.
Thank you so much.
And it was such a pleasure to present you to the world today.
Thank you so much.
And the Black Business Network welcomes you.
Have
an incredible day.
A blessing.
You too.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Genius is common, and my genius is nutritional strategy. I am Shawnee Smith, the owner and creator of Can Do Spice. Can Do Spice was created because I knew that adding herbal and mineral supplements to my diet did not have to be boring. In fact, because I'm a food enthusiast, I knew I could create something flavorful and explosive that also had the benefit of adding herbal supplements such as sea moss, bladderwrack, burdock root, and black seed, just to name a few. I invite you to take this journey with me where we come together and take control of our nutritional health. It is my way of sharing my genius, the gift of flavor and the healing power of herbs to the world. What is your genius?
So what we have to do is when we get in the spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
5-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ngozi DK, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. And I'm so excited for today because we will be hosting a fireside chat with Dr. Tanya Wise. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Black Business Network. Dr. Tanya Wise is a motivational professional with over 30 years experience, offering expertise, guidance in global setting, business planning and management, consulting, and strategic decision making to celebrities, community leaders, businesses, and families. As a serial entrepreneur, Dr. Wise, she built numerous businesses from childhood and retired from her accounting career at the age of 46. She is known for inspiring leadership, magnetic personality, and deep devotion to family, team, and church. She strives to provide personalized services that meets each client's unique needs. And as a dream to reality coach, she works closely with individuals at various stages of life to create personalized game plans that reflect their personal business goals. I'm getting excited, y'all. Dr. Tanya Wise holds a BS in accounting from Strayer University, and she is actively involved in her community church, Liberty House International Ministries. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time today. I present to you Dr. Tanya Wise.
Hello. How are you today?
Hello. I'm so excited to speak with you today, Dr. Wise.
Awesome. I'm excited to be here. Thank you for having me on the platform once again.
Awesome. You know, our fireside chats are so empowering. I'm just ready to dive in. If you're ready, are you ready?
Always. I was born ready. My husband gave me this quote years ago. He says, if you stay ready, you don't got to get ready. So I love to live by that motto.
I love it. Well, I'm happy that you're here and the Black Business Network welcomes you. So let's get to the nitty gritty. So Tanya, Dr. Wise, what do you prefer? I want to address you the way you want in the you know.
Dr. Wise, I've earned it.
I know that's right. Some people are like, don't call me doctor, but Dr. Wise, thank you for that. And I honor that. But you've been a serial entrepreneur since childhood. And can you share some of your earliest business ventures and how they shaped your entrepreneurial mindset?
Awesome. I would love to share that. I'm going to start with the end in mind. I was just talking to another colleague before I came here today, and we were talking about some of the mistakes that we made and early childhood of entrepreneur. And so when I say the early part of childhood, the early part of childhood is understand that your business have multiple stages. So we're going to say you got a toddler level. We have what we call the beginners level. You have the media level, and then you have what we call more of the mature level. And so in our toddler level of being in business, you make a host of type of mistakes. Number one, we take money from our retirement to start that business. And many people can relate to that because that is the one pot of money that many of us have. It's the one pot of money that's the only one growing because someone else is managing it for us. And so when we start a business, we take that money with the hopes of, oh, this is the great business idea. So I'll make money and I'll put that money back. And so we were just laughing that she was saying, here it is 10 years later, and I'm still promising myself I'm going to put that money back. And she hasn't done that, right? So I would just say one of the things that I would say to any business owner is don't take your lump sum of money to start your business, especially if this is your first time being in business, because when it's just your first time being in business, you're going to have some expensive experiences, and they're okay to have them, but you don't want to have all the money that you have worked so hard. Have you ever noticed, is it Najee? I'm going to make sure I say it right.
Oh, sure. Ngazi.
Ngazi. And I might mess it up a few more times.
That's all right, my dear. It takes practice. It's okay.
Is it fair to say that most of us are working to achieve a financial freedom, a financial goal in life, but we don't always have the guidelines in what we should do or don't do to achieve that goal? So when you're in entrepreneurship, our goal is to help you learn from our expensive experiences so that you don't have to create those same expensive experiences for yourself. And so to answer to your question, one of the major things is understanding money management and getting myself with a consultant or a coach. And many people think they're the same thing, but they're not. A coach is one thing and a consultant is the other. But when you work with me, you have the benefit of having a coach and a consultant.
Right.
That's one of the benefits, right? Yes. But understanding the difference. A coach is someone that can help you when you don't know what you want. You just have maybe an idea and you don't know how to birth that idea or where to get started with that idea. And the consulting is a person that will help you. You already know what you want. You just may not know where to get the resources, or you may need some idea to help birth another idea from an idea. And so we get that confused sometimes being in business. What do I need? But early on, I didn't know that. I didn't know it was a difference. I didn't know that I needed one. I just thought I had this idea and people were starting to pay me for this idea. So what else did I need? I didn't think I needed anything else. So hopefully that answered your initial question that you had to me.
I really, really appreciate you expounding on that difference. That is so profound, and it's really a very significant difference, you know? And the fact that you are a consultant and a coach in one, that is an amazing value proposition. And yes, I did absolutely understand that. And so you retired at 46. Tell me, what motivated you to start building a business at such a young age? And how did those experiences influence your approach to business today?
Well, let me start by saying I don't even look a day over 30, so I don't know how I retired at 46, right? At 46.
Right. I don't know where they got that from.
Right. So the inspiration came behind, I lost my 27-year-old son. And when I lost my 27-year-old son, I realized a cliche that I turned into a metaphor for myself and my business. And it is that there's no shortcuts in life, just lives that are cut too short. And I started asking myself, what is it that I want to do? Who is it that I want to be? Because me being stuck behind a job of a 9-to-5, which I enjoyed. So I'm never not bashing having a job, but I could do all my work in one day. I still had to show up all 5 days. So I realized I was wasting away precious time, because it's not just that time is money. It's also that money is time.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the time we don't exchange those things. We just grew up saying money is time. But also, the more money you have, the more time you can buy, because you can put other people in places that you don't have to keep doing everything. So one of my business principles, which I will be giving several principles. So hopefully you got your money making pens and your successful journals out to jot down some of these principles. But one principle that I stand on is that the number one addiction that faces Black entrepreneurs today is our addiction to our labor as our primary mechanism in which we generate revenue.
Yes.
And so for me, when I lost my son, I realized I did not want to be addicted to my labor anymore to generate revenue, because that's when I realized it was a pivoting time in my life that I realized that I was no longer a business owner. I was an entrepreneur with several businesses. What is the difference, you may ask? Well, as a business owner, you make money when you're not always working. But as a self-employed person, you're only making money when you're working. And so what I realized is that I was a self-employed person with multiple businesses. But if I wasn't working, I wasn't making money in any of those businesses.
Period. As our teenager would say. Period. Right?
Right? I wanted to learn how to secure my bag.
Yes.
Okay. And still make money, because as anyone that has lost a loved one, it doesn't have to be a child. It could be anybody that you've lost that you cared about. Your life changes forever.
It does. Yes, it does.
And you may not be able to sustain the lifestyle that you've been working and making, because you may not longer be able to put in that type of hours.
Yes.
And so for me, I learned to start making residual income. I learned to not be addicted to my labor. And that's when I learned to just fire my boss and be like, no, I need to put full time into my businesses, because this is how I'm going to leave a legacy. Because
I love it.
I did not want to die with my son, because I still had children to live for. And most of us, we die with the person that died. We forget to live.
Wow. This is so amazing. What I love the most about the Black Business Network is just the talent and the leaders that come on this platform. I can absolutely resonate. I lost a son, but my son wasn't 27. He was a child, but a loss is a loss is a loss. So what you said is so profound. I can resonate with that. When you lose your life, but can't lose the life. That is, first of all, let's take a moment. I just want to celebrate you. That is such a challenging circumstance to overcome. And that's a circumstance you overcome every day. But I just commend your resilience in that. That is amazing. So this kind of brings me to my next question. I can imagine, I don't want to assume that is the ultimate challenge, but how did you actually overcome that phase? Or is it something you're overcoming daily? What tactics and strategies did you put into place to self-manage on a daily to get to where you are today?
So one, I would like to extend my condolences from one mother to another mother.
Thank you. Yes.
One of the major ways is that I wrote this book, and I keep it next to me daily. And it says what? The ultimate upgrade in life and business.
Mm-hmm.
And because of this book, I put a lot of strategies. I put a lot of time and effort into what helped me in those seasons. And so I'm not going to go over all of this, but I do want you to hear some of these titles.
Please go ahead.
Things I wish I knew. So hindsight 2020 is the site. What would you do different that we didn't know to do the first time around? I almost quit. I feel like a lot of people need to understand what to do when you feel like you're down in the valley.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to get back up to the top, right? Because we know that there are valleys in everything in life, especially in business. You want to get back to your peak. Knocked down, but not knocked out.
Mm-hmm. I love it.
You may be down, but you can get back up. If you can see up, you can get up. Overcoming those life challenges, because they're going to be life challenges that all of us go through. And then healing is healthy. Reminding yourself that you can heal. And it's nothing wrong with healing, forgiving yourself, because I'm sure as a parent that lost a child, you may have went through the stage of blaming yourself. If you haven't, you will.
Yes.
And understanding that it's not our fault. It was just a design in our makeup. For in the great book, it says that I have a plan for you, right? And that was just part of our plan. And I learned to accept that. I learned to accept that there are certain things that I cannot control, but understanding the difference of the things that I can control.
It's beautiful. Those titles, so amazing. And it's so, in my way of life, my eyes water, because it just resonates. And it's always a relief to hear that you're not alone, and there's someone out there that went through what you've gone through that gets it. So those titles sound very triumphant, and I just cannot wait to learn more and to dive in. Great, great, great. So, I commend when you understand the pain, you can really, really connect. But as a dream to reality coach, you've worked so closely with individuals to help them achieve their goals. From a woman who has experienced triumph and especially a loss of a son, what does this role mean to you now? And what is the most rewarding part of being able to help others turn their dream into reality?
So that's a loaded question.
It is a loaded question. We can do A, B, and C. Let's start with, as a dream to reality coach, you work closely with individuals to help them achieve their goals. What does that mean to you?
Well, because my primary is being a financial strategist, I feel that most people don't accomplish their dreams because of finances. I believe that the other part is because of finance, we get so caught up into our day to day. We get so caught up into, like I always say, we started out building our financial houses upside down. We got our goals and dreams first. We got significant others. We started having children. And then the day-to-day started. And so now you blink and 10 years later, you're still trying to understand, how do I make ends meet? How do I pay for daycare? Or how do I send my kids to college? Or how do I put money away for retirement, not alone how do I start a business or make time for this business to flourish, or where do I get the money to start this business, right? And so I feel because we don't always have those answers, we forget to dream. We forget that we even had a dream. We forget the strategy into implementing that dream. So the second part B to that is it gives me a great feeling to be able to help that person dig deep and to start dreaming again, and to then give them the resources to keep that dream going. Now, I have since transitioned into what I call mid-level and more mature businesses, because a lot of our startup business, they're not ready. They have an idea, but they're not ready to put in the time. And so I'm looking for those people that are ready to put in the time to those goals and those dreams to really accomplish it. And so the latter part of my book talks about that second half of people, what is holding you from balancing your life and balance with work to be able to start, because most people are working around their job. And then you have a few components that they do for themselves. Whereas as an entrepreneur, we have the opportunity to build those things around our vision. And so what gives me the great is working with people that already know that they want this.
Yes.
And then being able to work with them to the point that sustain them till they accomplish it.
Right. I heard before that we don't have the ability to motivate others, but we can inspire. That motivation have to come within. I can inspire you, Dr. Wise, as you're inspiring me, but to get up and go, that's your own ability to go execute, to write the plan, whatever it takes, that is our own ability. So I'm working with the willing, But working with someone that I really, really want to know, like, this is the vision, this is where I go. I'm just a little shy of how to get there. It always make the road a little bit more rewarding.
Absolutely.
Yes. And I just want to thank you for your work. Your spirit is so amazing and warm. And it's not often, we hear a thank you and congratulations, but I really, really just really want to extend gratitude for the work that you do, because helping dreams come to fruition is such an unsung hero type of work, kind of like the teachers in the classroom. That's a major thing, because today a lot of people are hopeless. So we need the energy of Dr. Wises in the world to help people dream again. Amazing. So I know you've helped many, many people. And I know in our line of work, there's always that one memorable story or that one impressionable person that really applied the principles and wisdom that you gave them. Can you share a success story of one of your clients and how you help them overcome obstacles and achieve their goals?
Absolutely. So one client that comes to mind, there are several, but this one particular client had lost their mother. And when she lost her mother, she was one out of many clients that still had some of her inheritance. And that inspired me, because being in the line of business that I'm in, where I do help my entrepreneurs implement paying themselves first, helping them start their retirement plans and benefits, but also giving them an exit strategy. Because many of us get in business, but we don't have an exit strategy of when they're going to stop working. And when you stop working, do you want to sell it? Do you want to pass it on? Or do you want to just dissolve it? We don't always think about those things when we're in business. All we know is that we have this talent and this skill and we like to do this, and we actually got paid to do it. So we just keep on doing it, and then we blink and 20 years went on, right? So this particular client has a vision, and her vision is to help other people grieve, because she went through bereavement. But through that, I'm able to help her build a business that her mother's legacy will continue to live on, because she still have money left from her inheritance of a death claim. Whereas most people go through that money in their first 30 to 60 days. Very tops do they even make it through 90 days. So being able to coach her, being able to be a consultant to her, also being able to help her implement financial strategies. Like, she is the ideal client for all of my services. She's been taking those things and me being able to be a part to watch it. We recently had a boat ride for grieving parents that has lost a child, being able to be a part of that, and then adding financial literacy. Because one thing that I can tell you is that we're okay until we're not okay.
Yes.
And most of us are not proactive. We all know there's two dates in the world. One that we celebrate every year, which was the day that we were born.
Yes.
But that other date that we don't know nor the hour or the day, we do not plan for that day. Majority of the people do not plan for the day, but we know the day exists and we know that it's going to happen. But why does most people not plan for it?
You know what? That's a great, great question. And because of that question and the behaviors of our culture, I make sure that I speak to my children about death and life as if it's as normal as eating and brushing your teeth. Giving them the mindset to understand that we are born and we will die. And some people think it's like, well, it's a natural part of life. And so that's how I present it to my children, by just allowing it's natural. So we talk about it often because, like you said, we don't know the day or time and people don't plan. So because I'm aware of the planning, I have these conversations at a young age, and that I commend that work. You're right. So much could be saved, just by a simple financial plan, right? So you've emphasized the importance of creating personalized game plans, planning, speaking about planning and writing a vision, having a plan, a financial plan, most importantly. How do you tailor your advice to fit the specific needs of each client, whether it's starting a business, planning for retirement, or finances their child's education? How do you tailor your advice?
Well, I believe that number one, it's so important to know your client, understand. And I think that a lot of times we don't ask enough questions. So for me, I ask a lot of questions so that I can understand my client. The other part is listening skills. Are you listening to what they're saying? And when you learn to listen, you don't just listen with your ears, but you also learn to listen with your eyes. See, I'm trained and developed to hear what you're not telling me,
Yes.
to see what I don't see. So I believe the fact that I don't just listen with my ears, but also listen with my eyes. And I don't just see with my eyes, I also see with my ears. And so learning effective communication with your clients, what are they telling me? What are they missing out? And then learning the proper questions to ask that client, I believe is key. And a lot of that do come from experience. So the more clients you sit down with, the more clients you learn, and then putting strategies in place. So we have a lot of different strategies and systems that get us to asking our clients those right questions so that we can tailor and customize a plan that's just for you, that's just for our client. And understanding, I think because of my experience of all these different industries that I've been in, I'm able to also now bring that experience to the table for my client and help them be proactive. Have you thought about this? Have you pre-planned for this? And so I've even created a document where we can keep all of those things for you, because yes, what I had to learn is that legacy is not just leaving money.
That's right.
Right? Legacy is also leaving the money management to deal with that money, which most of us don't do that. We either leaving some knowledge and no money, or we leaving money and no knowledge. They have to go hand in hand. And so I believe the best way is to give them both. I love to meet my clients' children, let them get to know who I am so they can see what I did for the parents and left them a legacy that they will continue to come to me so that I can do the same thing with them and their family. And then raising my family up in this so that my children can take the business over. And then our family is continuously doing business even after we're long and gone. Because many people want to leave a legacy, but who's teaching us how to have a legacy? We've been told to save, but who taught you how to save?
Yes. I say that about healing. We know we're supposed to heal, but how the heck do you heal? We know what to do, but how to do it. And we need more thought leaders like yourself to bring the know-how, to bring the how to. Everything else is redundant.
Yes.
Teach us how. So Dr. Wise, I celebrate you for the how, and you've been in business, and I do support and promote financial literacy. I promote it. Actually, there's 5 literacies that I promote that resonate, and that's human literacy, digital literacy, technology literacy, information literacy, and financial literacy. And those 5 combined makes the perfect 21st century leader, because things are changing. And if we don't get in the know of the economy and let go or be dragged, then we're not in it. But I love what you said about being addicted to our labor. Expound on that.
So a lot of business partners that I sit down with in the beginning, for instance, sometimes when I'm on platforms and I'm walking, one of my major things is, how many of y'all want to leave a legacy? All the hands go up, right? And I say, well, how many of y'all still working a 9 to 5? Keep your hands up. Well, a lot of the hands are still raised. And so I asked them, well, how are you going to leave a legacy if you're still working a 9 to 5?
That's right.
And because can you will that job? When you leave that job, can you say, hey, hire my child? And so if we're not able to position ourselves to have what I call, there is no balance, even though in my book it says how to balance, right? There is no balance, but how to synchronize work and life, right? To be able to put things in place. So being able to really help my business owners, my families to see I'm asking how can we make money for you without you doing all the work. And you have to do some work. But my goal is to help you put strategies in place that you're buying back your time.
Yes.
So in chapter 9, we talk about buying back your time. How can you buy back your time? What are some strategies that we can put in place that you're not the one doing the work all the time, but you're still making money or even more money? And so it's a mindset shift that translate into making more but working less.
I love that. Make more, work less. What they say, work smart, not hard.
I just posted that today, right? You know, that's a myth where people are saying work harder, not smarter. And
Talk
that's
to
what
me.
we do. We go to work harder, not smarter. I was that person. I figured if I would be the first one at work, the last one to leave, and took work home, nobody was going to outwork me. So if they not outworking me, they not out making more money than me.
Right. Right.
But where that will land you is on burnt out street.
Yes.
Where that will land you is on stress avenue. Where that will land you is not making enough money. And so now I want you not to be addicted to your labor, but to increase your income. So my metaphor now is to simplify your business and amplify your cash flow.
Ooh, I like that.
We automate. So I've added technology. I love when you said that, because I'm like, that's what I've done now is added technology to my platform. We automate stuff. We have funnels. We have bots. A lot of people don't know we've been talking to bots for the last 15, 20 years, but now we have the level that the average business owner, that mid-level entrepreneurs can now implement into their daily business where they're not doing all the work. Yeah, people are not like us that is okay with being on camera. And it took me a minute to get there, but they won't do the videos they need for their businesses because they don't like being on camera.
You know, I'm proud of you. A lot of us are resistant to change, just like we don't really want to do the hard work. I mean, learn the knowledge for our finances. In today's world, for African Americans, for our Black businesses, it's not an option. Financial literacy, digital literacy, information literacy, technology literacy, and financial literacy are the 5 literacies that I promote. So I commend the change. I had to shift. We all have to shift. If we don't, we're going to be left behind, Tanya. Yeah. Then I'll be like, well, Tanya, we need you. But that's awesome. Excellent, excellent move. So what are some common misconceptions people have when they're setting personal business goals? And how do you help them move past those challenges?
Well, number one is having emotional business, especially I'm going to speak to my Black African American females. Most of us run an emotional business. So when we're not emotionally okay, we're emotionally not making no daggone money. Let's keep it 100, right?
I mean, 110. How about that? I add the extra 10%.
That's number one is how can I help you structure your business where it's not an emotional business?
That's right.
Number two, how can I educate you financially so you can make better financial decisions for your business?
That's right.
Number three, how can we structure your business where your business can make money with or without you? Number four, understanding not to be addicted to your labor as your primary mechanism in how you generate your revenue. Because when we're addicted to our labor, there's only 24 hours in a day. There's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can produce. Remember, AI is to do you. Automation, AI is to be you. Automation is to do you. So my biggest goal is how can we implement and pivot where AI, where funnels, where technology can take over and do some of the work that you do. We have a principle in our organization. If you do something more than 3 times in a month, it should be automated.
Hey, I love that. Because you're doing naturally, right? It's what's coming to you. And what is it? Yes, I like that, Tanya. Dr. Wise, forgive me. You know,
it's fine.
Dr. Wise.
I'm not hung up on titles. It's not about the titleship. Getting the doctorate was a reason for me because I was a high school dropout. I had teenage children. I had children when I was a teenager. So for me, it's a reminder of who I have become,
honey, and you earned it.
What society said that I was when I dropped out.
Dr. Wise, Dr. Wise, Dr. Wise, you earned that title, honey, and I celebrate that. And forgive me, I would never drop that, because when you come from such a place, I mean, the stigmas, what you go through, like Dr. Wise with the golden DR, capitalize. My apologies for that. I appreciate that.
It's okay. Like I said, I'm helping other people put that DR in front of their title. It's all about, again, a goal of who you want to become. It's not who you are. It's where you want to go.
Yes, 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 yes. Wow, wow, wow. I don't know about you. I mean, I've been interviewing great leaders, and I am just full. I'm invigorated. I can probably take off like Red Bull, but absent the Red Bull. So, Dr. Wise, when did you realize that, I know you had a client and the mother passed away and the inheritance and that inspired you, but when did you realize that you had the capacity to change your life? When did you realize, and what clicked?
Wow. Woo, that's an excellent question. And I would say that it happened for me a few years, maybe about 5 years ago, right after I lost my son. And I told you that I came up with that metaphor that there's no shortcuts in life, just lives that are cut short. Les Brown said that the richest place on earth is the graveyard, because there is where lives a lot of dreams.
Mm-hmm.
And when I put those two things together, I realized I didn't want the graveyard to be the richest place anymore. I wanted to help people and inspire people to go after any and everything that they want out of life. And so I realized that we can have it all. We have anything that we put our minds to and that we're willing to work for. And so I just want to be that reminder. So for me, it was when I realized for myself that, hey, there are a few things that you still have on your to-do list that you want to put on your to-done list.
Yeah, I love it.
And the only way you're going to do that is by helping more people and inspiring more people to do what it is that they want to do in life. And so the more people we help get what they want is the more people that will help us get what we want. And when I implemented that, that's when I've been inspired to continue, because I already was checking off boxes on my list. It wasn't nothing. I wanted to jump out of a helicopter, boom, did that. I wanted to ride a camel, boom, did that. Anything that came to this mind that I wanted to do, I put in motion and play to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
So I did everything, but there were things now, some of the celebrities that I have, we call my friends now, working with them, I realized that wealthy people pay for experiences.
Yes, they do.
And I started realizing there were experiences that I had never even dreamed of, but being in that environment around some of the richest people in the world, I've been able to see, oh, that is a good experience. You know, even just having dinner in a pool. Like I wasn't thought about that, but now that I have experienced that, I welcome that to other people, because a lot of times we can't see past the frame. When you're the picture, you can't see the frame. And when you're the frame, you can't see the picture. So sometimes we don't dream outside of the environment that we've been in. And if you think
that's amazing.
How many times have you heard that if you hang around 9 broke people, you'll be what?
Non-broke.
You'll be the 10th one, right?
Right.
But we don't hear if you hang around 9 wealthy people, you're going to be what? The 10th wealthy one. We don't hear that. We're so keen to just know the negative. We hear about the market all the time. I love educating people about the stock market. Why? Because all we hear is you can lose money.
Yes.
To my clients is, well, if you could lose money, you also could do what?
Win.
Yes, you can gain money.
Yes, girl. There's
just
Yeah,
helping them see that different perspective that wasn't in their forefront. It's not that we don't have these new things. It's just that our perspective have been cloudy.
I love that. You know, wherever there's that scale and that law of duality, you know, if there's one extreme, there's the next extreme. And really, we can capitalize and leverage both extremes. We always want to get rid of one, but the negative, I mean, is there just like failure. We just got to know how to fuel it. So I appreciate you bringing attention to that. I have a question. You know, today we have to pivot. And you just said, you know, you just included digital into your platform. And that pivot is so crucial for Black business network. I mean, for Black business owners and entrepreneurs. So we have some of us who are entrepreneurs because of the economy have to pivot back into corporate America or back to work. Because you made a statement earlier, and I want to zone in on the statement in our last 4 minutes of our forum. And, you know, I hear different balance scales about being an entrepreneur versus going back to work. And there are some people who think, you know, people look down on working a 9 to 5. But in today's economy, people are pivoting in. You had to pivot from corporate America to entrepreneurship. And there are some people who have to pivot today from entrepreneurship or business ownership to corporate America to sustain. What are some tips you can give for entrepreneurs and leaders to pivot effectively, whether it's into corporate America or like you from corporate America into entrepreneurship?
So I read in Habakkuk, have a vision, write your vision down, make it plain. What is it that you want? And I do understand that sometimes economically people have to go back into corporate America to sustain. And I don't like it, but I do understand that that's an option sometimes. But the problem is that it's an option. But when you realize that it's not an option, that this business has to work for me, because, and I will tell you, I've been down in my business, but I still realized that I still made more in my business than I did at a corporate job. And I had the ability to do what I want, when I want, how I want it, with who I wanted to do it with. So I believe once you make up your mind and you stick to the plan, that you can have it either way. So the number one thing is, I would say, write down your vision. What is it that you want? Yes, maybe temporarily you need to go back to corporate America to make some ends meet, but also write down, what is your exit plan? How long are you going to be in corporate America so that you can hurry up and get back full-time in your business?
Yes.
And vice versa. If you are part-time in your business right now because you're working a full-time job, what is your exit strategy? Book an appointment so we can work on your exit strategy. How much? I saved up a whole year of salary before I fired my boss, in case I needed those money to be able to make ends meet while I was building my business. But at the same time, it's a plus and it's a minus. Why? Because when you know you have those funds, you don't always go do what you need to do. Your particular business may say you got to make 25 calls, 50 calls. You probably won't make it because you know you can go to the bank and transfer that money over to make your ends meet this month. But I always tell my clients, number one, live off the income that's becoming your primary income.
Live off the income that's becoming your primary income.
So if you're a business owner and you want to start really thriving your business and you got a check that's coming from your 9 to 5, invest your 9 to 5 money.
I agree.
You put in place, but live off the money you're making in your business. Why? Because that'll make you work your business.
It'll make you work your business. I heard that a job is the best business loan you can give yourself, right?
Say it again.
And that is, a job is the best business loan that you can give yourself.
Say it for the back row people.
So a job is the best business loan that you can give yourself, you know. And I also speak into that, making sure that when we go back to work in the field that we're in. Therefore, you don't have to pay to develop, but instead you get paid to develop. Right. So, you know, girl, listen, I can high five you and hug because you're speaking so great knowledge. Well, Dr. Wise, that brings us to our final segment, and that is telling our Black Business Network how we can get in contact with you. And if we want to elevate our lives and become financially sound, where can we find you?
So you can find me on all social media platforms as Dr. Tanya T. Wise. The other thing you can do is, if you're ready to have a strategy and elevate your dream or your business, you can text me at 301-900-6996. Again, that's 301-900-6996. And you can text the word plan. I like to say wealthy women, because wealthy women is who I'm looking for. People that are ready to be wealthy.
Ready. And you gotta be specific in manifestation of who you attract. And we want ready workers, right? Ready and
wealthy women. If you're ready and you're inspired today from, I want to say NZ. It's not that. Say your name.
Ngazi.
I know 3 people with that name. I just know the spelling. I never say it. But Ngazi.
How about you sing it? Ngazi.
I got it. Ngazi.
Great. Well, Dr. Wise.
I was going to say, because now I wanted to get your name right.
All right. Well, you know what? How about you think about the meaning of my name? It means a blessing. And this time with you on the Black Business Network has been an incredible blessing. Thank you for all your wisdom, all the knowledge, and everything you have to offer. And I hope to meet you soon in person. Thank you. And that ends our segment. The Black Business Network welcomes you, Dr. Wise.
Thank you. And I'll see you on the other side.
Yes.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise. Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do? Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here. So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about? So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant? Wow. And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave it inheritance for your legacy. Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance. Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious, how did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena?
What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ngozi Dike, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon. Today on the Black Business Network, we are going to present some amazing thought leaders. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all around the world, from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa. It's a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate business about business. Today, we'll be hosting our fireside chat with Jerry Smith. Jerry Smith is the CEO of Jazz Consulting. He is a visionary leader with nearly 40 years experience in the music and entertainment industry. As a gospel music programmer, radio veteran, and entrepreneur, Jerry has shaped the landscape of gospel radio, helping to launch and manage numerous stations nationwide. He played a key role in developing innovative programming for the contemporary gospel radio format and was instrumental in the success of WNNI, the Light 103.9 FM in Raleigh, North Carolina. Jerry has also spearheaded major national events and guided countless artists through his consulting, promotion, and event planning. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Jerry Smith.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Smith. How are you?
I am doing well. And that young man that you are introducing is amazing. I thought you were going to interview me. So.
He sounds so incredible. I cannot wait to meet him and see what he's up to.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And certainly I give God the glory, honor, and the praise. All blessings flow through him. And None of that stuff that you just mentioned about me would have been possible without him. I'd like to thank Dr. Eric Kelly III, my brother from
Hey.
another mother, who has me all suited up and dressed up with a tie on. Usually I have on my Adidas cap and of casual, but I'm doing this for his mother, who I highly
Oh,
respect, and for him. But it's an honor to be here today and talking to you. So thank you for the opportunity.
well, it's an honor to present you to the Black Business Network. That's one thing I love about this platform. It's just the quality of leaders that we showcase and the intellectual property and information that is shared is phenomenal. All right. Well, you know me, I like to dive.
But before you dive in, I just want to say that I love this platform. I love what you guys are doing for the next generation of entrepreneurs, the young men and women who want to be CEOs and CFOs and have their own companies and do great things. So I just want to encourage everybody to make a donation. That's one of the reasons why I love coming to this platform. Never really to talk about me, but to encourage people to sow seeds into this amazing ministry, the Black Business Network USA, and to sow into these young men and women's minds so that they can go on and fulfill their purpose, their destiny, and their dreams. So thank you for this opportunity. And I just encourage everyone watching today to donate. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that amazing commercial break, Jerry. So I just want to dive in and present you to this amazing audience. So let's get down to the nitty gritty. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right. All right, Jerry. So you knew at the age of 12
yes,
that radio was your calling. Can you share what sparked that passion and how you nurtured it into such a successful career?
When I was 12 years old, I used to listen to WBLS in New York, the chief rocker, Frankie Crocker, who said that his rap is so tight, they call him Saran Rap. That's when I got bit by the radio bug. And I just knew at that time I wanted to do radio. And, I grew up in the projects of High Ridge Gardens. My mom and dad worked really hard to get us out of the projects. And my friends, for some reason, they just didn't see big or think big. And a lot of them were really discouraging. Man, you'll never be on the radio. You won't do this. You won't do that. You can't do this and you can't do that. But I could always see it. I could taste it. I could smell it. And I knew eventually that I would be doing it. And it was really confusing to me when people would tell me that I wouldn't do something when I just knew it was going to happen. And so at 12 years old, I just had that dream of being on the radio. And I've been doing it now for 40 years. This past August marked my 40th radio anniversary.
Oh, wow. Well, congratulations to that.
Thank
you talk
you.
about
Thank
sustainability and longevity. No, talk about a calling, right? You're called to the radio station. That supersedes it all. That's an incredible journey, Jerry. You've been credited with developing groundbreaking programming for the contemporary gospel radio format. Mm-hmm. What inspired your approach, and how did you differentiate the gospel radio into making it such a great success?
Radio is it's not cookie cutter, but it uses the same formula for success. And I was blessed to work in numerous formats. I worked, my first professional job was a gospel radio station, but I worked in rock, classic rock, R&B, urban contemporary, top 40, Churban. And I was blessed to have some really great teachers and program directors and bosses. And they saw a lot in me. They saw more in me actually than I saw in myself. And I just took all of the great teachings and formulas of success that they passed on to me and used it in the gospel format, because people listen the same, their habits are the same, the choice of music may be different. And I was just really fortunate to take all of those things that I learned from them and put my own spin on it with the gospel format.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Things are so much different today than they were then, huh?
A lot different. Back then, when I first started, we only competed with television and print. You know what I
Right.
mean? The newspaper. Now you got TikTok, IG, Facebook, and some stuff I don't even, don't even know what's out there. It's hard to keep up. So, we have a lot more competition right now than we had back in the day.
My next question was, how are you adapting? Because I do notice it is a change, It is not easy to adapt, but we have to rapidly adapt, And so what I love about you is you sustained for 40 years, and you got to start thinking about how you're going to sustain forward. What changes are you going to put into play to help you sustain the 21st century? Or are you going to pivot into a new industry?
Well, I've kind of pivoted a little bit into a new industry, but my hands are still in radio. A part of my company is helping artists to get their music played on radio, which is something that never had done until 2020. Right now, I have my own streaming internet radio station. But to just go back to a great question that you asked, you have to stay relevant. You have to keep up with the times. Now, AI is becoming very prominent in just about every facet of business, even radio and the music business. AI is writing songs, AI is voicing commercials. AI, it's just amazing how fast in a relatively short period of time that's grown. But, you have to just I always say that if I stop learning, I stop growing. So you have to continually keep up with the trends. I'm not that big of a social media person. I don't want people to know what I'm drinking. Hey, I had, some alkaline water. I'm not that big to let people know what I'm eating and the new outfit that
Right. I know this world coming too. I'm guilty.
But I got to do better because apparently that stuff is really popular. Even podcasting, like I'm just shocked at how that has grown, and that's something that I let go by me because I'm like, podcasting, I've been podcasting all my career. I just view it as an interview, you know what I mean, like you're doing with me right now. But people are really monetizing in that space, and doing very well, making a lot of money and gaining a lot of fans and views and stuff like that. So that's my next thing that I'm looking into, is delving into the podcasting space on a professional level, just trying to learn how to monetize it.
Let me help you there, Jerry. Podcast is just modern day radio.
Yeah, I know. And that part, I got that part. That's the easy part.
Yeah, don't scare yourself too much.
I know the part that I'm like, how do I get it on different platforms? How do I get it on Spotify, Apple, and how do I get people to want to pay for my nuggets? You know what I mean? That type of part I don't understand about podcasting. But the content and formatics, I got that.
I love your transparency and vulnerability. It's so warm, and I appreciate it because you mentioned the word. You said it's very popular, but popular is not the word. It is a lifestyle.
Yes.
21st century social media, engagement in social media, especially as a Black business owner, it is a lifestyle. And get with it or quit it, right? That's my slogan. Get with it or quit it. But you're such a powerful person. And being on this Black Business Network, there are people in this network, including myself, who can help you understand those dynamics as far as distribution across all platforms. Knowledge is power. It's very simple.
I want your number before we leave here because it's not only me, it's about, there's a group of about 6 of us all at the same time trying to figure out how to do it. And several of them are radio people like me. So we already
Mhm.
know formatics, we can program it. It'll be sizzling. It'll be like
Yeah, it
hot.
really will.
But how do we get it out there? That's the problem. So I'm serious. I do want to get your information, and anything that you can help with, I would appreciate it.
I would love to help you. And I'm telling you one thing, you're going to create the next innovation. Once you figure it out, there's innovative creativity inside of you that's going to launch something else in this era of your life. So just be prepared because it's still written all over you. You still shine with that same edge, you know? So
Well,
let's get back to, yes, you're welcome. Let's get back to your WNNI days, the Light 103.9. It became a model for the inspiration stations across the nation. And what do you think, pardon me as I read this effectively, what do you think made this station so successful? And how did you replicate the market? And before you answer that, Jerry, I really want you to think about that because once you learn the new knowledge, you're going to be thinking about the same thing because it's in you. Once you figure this out. So I'm going to ask that question again. This is important for us and you specifically.
Okay. And I owe you an apology. I think I have a typo, but it's WNNL as in Larry.
WNL.
Hold it to my head and not my heart. But that's
maybe I have a vision problem. Let me put some
oh
glasses
no,
on.
no, you're fine. You are fine. You're fine.
No, it's no typo. It is no typo. You are correct and excellent in your work. It's the vision. It's the vision.
Well,
so WNNL.
Okay. So as I mentioned, I used all of the great teachings that I learned from former programmers. And, I'm a church boy. I grew up in the church, Monday through a holiness church. We were in church, it seemed like 7 days a week, sun up to sunset. So that lifestyle, that culture was a part of my life. And growing up, just because, I was a believer and a PK and my grandfather was a bishop of a church, we were always taught that, being a believer doesn't mean that we're second class citizens. We do things in the spirit of excellence. And that was my approach with radio. And oftentimes at the time, gospel radio was kind of like the redheaded stepchild. It was kind of like what businesses had for public service radio and their commitment to public service in the community. But they didn't really put resources in. They didn't train the DJs or programming staff really well. Usually it was somebody who just had a little bit of knowledge of music, and maybe they were a choir director or a member of a church choir. And a lot of times people that owned these gospel stations were not looking like you and me, different ethnic background. And so they didn't really care and put much into it. So, hey, you're in a choir, why don't you be the program director of this station? So a lot of times these stations were really programmed by inexperienced people. When I came in, because I was blessed to work all these different formats, I just used all of the great strategies, techniques, because a lot of people don't realize radio is very intentional. You're trying to attract certain audience and you're trying to get them to listen for long periods of time. There's a formula for success so that these radio stations can get, or any radio format, can get high ratings, and agencies and what they call direct business people to advertise on these radio stations for their restaurants, clothing stores, beauty salons, furniture stores, people wanting to get the word out about their products, goods, and services. Well, the agencies and most people want the highest rated radio station in the market because they know they have the largest audience. So if nobody ever teaches you these strategies and these techniques and this formula, then you never know. So that's what I brought to the table, programming this gospel station, because of my programming background and the teachers that I had. And so the station did extremely well in a fast period of time. We were number one in the marketplace. Everybody all across the country was paying attention, like, whoa, whoa, how did this gospel station become number one overall over country stations, rock stations, top 40 stations, urban stations? What are they doing there? Well, whatever they're doing, we want to do it here. And that's a part of the success and the explosion of that gospel format.
That is incredible. I like you said explosion. I think it's a part of history. You know, you're legendary, Jerry Smith. You're one of those quiet, unsung heroes. And you know, the gospel industry and the music industry altogether is falling, as we can see. We see a lot of just more of the negative aspects of the industry. More so with the gospel industry, through your JSAS consulting, you work with many national gospel artists.
Mm-hmm.
What do you consider the key elements for an artist's success in today's gospel industry?
Ooh, being persistent, not giving up. It could be frustrating, and you do have to have the budget to do it. You know, it can be very, very lucrative. There's a reason why, you know, the established artists like Tamala Mann, CeCe Winans, Marvin Sapp, um, Tasha Cobbs, Leonard, so on and so forth, do it because Kirk Franklin's, because they make a lot of money for getting their great music played and for concerts and being booked for engagements. But if you try to do things on the cheap, it's really hard to ascend to that highest level. And you know, one of the things I do is I help artists to get their music played on the radio. And it can be frustrating because if you're an independent artist and you're up and coming artist, the process is a much longer for you than it is an established artist. Established artist comes out with their music, boom, they're flying up the charts. An independent artist who's not well known or less well known takes you longer, but you got to stick in there and you got to go through the process, because it's not only that way for you, it's for everybody at your level. And you, I know your dreams, your hopes and aspirations are to be at those people, the aforementioned people, the Tamala Manns and Kirk Franklin's and Marvin Sapp's and so on and so forth. And they went through the same thing that you're going through. But it is very lucrative. But those are the key things that I can think of. Also, making sure you have a really good team of people that are working on your behalf. There's a lot of hustle in this business. There's a lot of people that will take advantage of you. So you have to have some good discernment and make sure that you put a good team together that's working hard on your behalf.
Yes, I like it. I like it. A good team is so important. And I'm just curious, you know, how do you keep a good team together within our community, considering the stigmas that we don't get along and this crab in the bucket and all the negative stigmas? Share some wisdom on how to sustain a good team.
Mm-hmm. I think that, you know, first and foremost, when you're putting your team together, you do have to ask questions. You have to ask people, or ask, okay, if you're thinking about hiring me, maybe I can explain it better this way. And I say, hey, I want to be a part of your team. I want to help you with the radio promotion side. You ask me, well, tell me some of the people that you work with, and do you mind if I call some people some references. That's one good thing. One of the things about the music industry, it's a very small network, and just about everybody knows everybody. I get a lot of business from people who have been unfortunately burned or taken advantage of. My reputation is someone who's not going to take advantage of you, somebody who's going to be transparent and a man of integrity. And so I get business by referrals. And that's what I love. I mean, because that's key to getting business is having customers. And I'm actually turning people away because my roster is so full. But don't be afraid to ask for referrals. Ask people what levels of success that they've had. That I think is the best way to find out about those individual components. If you get bad information about somebody, chances are that you're going to be disappointed with working with them.
Really? You think so? You don't
Yes.
think if you get bad information? So I think in that, like you said, discernment is key. Because there are some people out there that are just have their opinion about that person. You know what I mean? That will give you bad information because of their experience. I always like to say, when someone tell you something bad or not so good about a person, consider it. Just consider it. Don't knock it out. Don't take it in. Just consider it and see for yourself, because everyone have different energy. But that's key wisdom, I guess.
I'd like to add to that because I agree with you 100%. And that used to be my approach. Well, listen, if you had a bad experience with them, that's you and them. That's not me. So I always give somebody the benefit of the doubt and give them a chance to mess up with me before I become judgmental. But I'm telling you, boy, I had some people warn me, and sure enough, it only came back to bite me in the butt. So now my antennas are up a little more, and when somebody tells me, oh, that person maybe not be as integral, or they burned me, or they owe money, or they took advantage of me, and like in the music business, we're talking like thousands of dollars. We're not talking about $100 here, $200. So when people get burned on the music side, we're talking thousands of dollars. And yes, indeed, this industry, the music side, not so much radio, but the music side, you're talking thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars. So when somebody burns you, takes advantage of you, it hurts, and you just don't want to get caught up in that.
I feel that, and I respect that wisdom. You're right. It will cause you to have more boundaries and move a little slower and tap into that discernment. But thank God for warnings, right? We just got to obey the warnings.
Amen.
Amen. So look, over your we kind of touched on this earlier about how the gospel music industry has evolved and how are you adapting? Now, I do understand that you want to get into podcasting and really understand the new trends. But let's speak about today, right now. You haven't done that yet, which you know. How are you adapting today? Have you made any changes? And how are you currently adapting?
Well, since I've started working on the record side, helping people get their music played, I've been really blessed to have a whole lot of success. One of my clients right now is top 30. And one of my clients, saw something in me. I've been blessed all of my life, ever since I was a little kid, even in my music career. People see something in me that I don't even see. And one of my clients shared some, they call it sound exchange, and that's the checks that they get from their music being played. And this client said, "You know what, Jerry, you're doing a good job. You're making me money. I'm really getting a return on my investment with using your company, and I want to show you something." And they sent me 3 months worth of sound exchange checks, and I had never seen that before. I didn't even really know what it was. And I was like, oh my God, now I see why this industry is so gangster. Just records, period, because there's a lot of money to be made. And in my heart, when I first started this, I was thinking about launching a record label. And so after I saw those checks, it was almost like God was giving me confirmation, like, this desire that I put in your heart, it's really already done. I'm waiting on you. And maybe, you're dragging your feet, you're going a little slow. Let me give you some confirmation. And when I saw that, I was like, holy smoke. I'm helping artists to get their music played. I'm helping them to earn money through the efforts that I do. I wanted to do a record label, so why don't I do it? Most of my clients are independent artists, and they all have their own record label. So this month I'm planning to launch the business of a record label, but make it active in 2025. So I'm going to do all the paper month this month. I want to do it on the day that my mother-in-law passed, to do it in memory of her. Even my radio station, when I launched that on the date that my mom passed. She passed in 2018. I launched her death date 2020, and I want to do this for my mother-in-law. She passed in 2020, and this month I'm going to do all the legal paperwork. And then maybe between now and I officially launch the label, there's a lot of work to do, but I'm going to hold auditions for artists to be on my label, to sign a record deal. And I'm really excited about it. I'm like, I'm doing it for others. Why not do it for myself? So I got the name of the record label. I wanted to disclose.
Oh, I'm so curious. I'm so curious, but you cannot disclose it. We know how that goes. Light is something with lights. Something with lights. Something with lights.
Oh, it's good. It's going to be crazy. God put it on my heart, and anything that I do, I always think of our forefathers, foremothers, people that paved the path for me and my family and our generation to make life easier. A lot of sacrifices. So I always like to do things with them in mind, in tribute and memory of them. So I'm really, really excited about it. And when I say that again, I want to remind people watching this broadcast to please donate to help these young men and women with their education, laptops, books, tuition for school. This is a great thing that this platform is doing for our next group of great minds and entrepreneurs and business owners and people running these great companies. So please sow a seed into their future. You will be so pleased and blessed, and certainly they'll be blessed as well.
You know what, Jerry Smith, the radio bleeds out of your blood. I mean, thank you for remembering the ultimate cause of why the Black Business Network is here. And I just really appreciate your sound bites and your reminders and your commercials and your tidbits, because that's what it's all about. It's about giving and helping other Black businesses, empowering other Black businesses,
That's
helping
right.
us grow, right?
That's
So
right. For sure.
It's a beautiful thing. So what I love about you, Jerry Smith, is you're so humble. And you have such a modest, warm, gangster, hidden gangster. Don't sleep on a hidden gangster. When you said the gospel industry was gangster, I said, okay, that's the other side. That, you gotta have to navigate, right?
But
But
I do have to
I
make it
noticed with a lot of
clarity.
people.
Before you ask, I do want to just the music industry as a whole, not just gospel music, but there are a lot of
Oh
people,
yeah, and that's very
and
important.
this is what kind of threw me off, is that there are a lot of people in the music business to make money, and they may not be the same faith, but they see music and their record labels as a means to make a profit. So they're all about the money. They may not even be believers, people who own companies and so on and so forth. You'd like to believe that if you're in the gospel industry, that you're a believer, you believe in Christ, and you believe he died and rose 3 days later, and confess of your sins, and you'll be made whole, and so on and so forth. But again, for some people, it's just the bottom line, and I want to make a profit. And that's regardless of what format: gospel, rock, country, hip hop, R&B, top 40. It's for some people, this is strictly about the Benjamins.
Well, it appears like for most of them, it's about the Benjamin. And this brings me to our final question. And then
No,
we're going to find
out. Too fast.
No, I can go all night. I mean, it's not the final question. Let's just say the final question for the segment, because I'm sure we'll have you here again. All right. So as you mentioned, the gangster nature of the music industry. And I know that being in the music gospel industry and the music industry as a whole, you've worked on several major events like the Women's Empowerment Network and served on the St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, which advisory board. I love St. Jude and I love what they stand for. Yes. How do you balance the entertainment with making an impact? How do you maintain your integrity and high character in this industry?
I got a great lesson when I first started from my boss. His name is Dick Shannon. Dick was one of the top radio programming minds, and he saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. And he pulled me aside. He was about to give me a promotion, and he said, "You're going to do really great in this industry." Now, this goes back about, gosh, I said 40 years. Dick was about 38 years ago. I'll never forget when I was in his office and we were supposed to go over a critique session. And he said, "You're going to do well, and people are going to approach you with a lot of things: women, drugs, money, cars, you name it, and try to influence you. But you've got to remember that one day when it's all said and done, this is over, that the only thing you really can take with you is in your integrity." So that always really stuck in my mind throughout my career, is to be above board and do things in an integral way. And when I had to pivot and kind of find something new to do, that was some capital that I did not really count on, was integrity capital. And that was one of the things that opened up a lot of doors for me. That was what I was known as, and people trusted me with their music, their careers, and just having that having that integral capital really has blessed me and has paid huge dividends to how my business has been successful over the past 4.5 years.
I love that. I love the term integrity capital. We hear about human capital development and, capital development, but integrity capital. Oh my gosh.
Listen, I know you've been doing these all day long. You're probably tired and worn out, but you're great. You're great.
No, I love that because in today's world, and I say this with the utmost honor and respect to you, you exude that of a man of integrity. You can look in your eyes and see that you are integral, and that speaks to the volume of your ability to sustain such trenches and circumstances, because you can never lose with integrity, you know? And most people with integrity get burnt often because we believe in second chances and we believe in, believing in the better half of people. But you realize you got to be wise as a serpent, right? Kind as a dove.
Yes. No.
Right? Kind, but very wise. And so it is apparent that you have been wise, because if you wasn't wise, you wouldn't sustain so long. So I think that is commendable. And I just want to take a moment to celebrate you, Jerry Smith, because that's exciting. Being a Black business owner in today's 21st century, it takes courage, it takes vigor, and it takes boldness amongst ordinary people, and it takes realness amongst fake people. And in the industry that you work in, there's a lot of fake, unreal things happening. So I commend you on that. Okay. Now, like we all need to know, we all want to know, where can we find you? But before you tell us where to find you, I'm just curious about this record label that you're going to launch. I'm still like figuring out the name. Like, what type of name will he come up?
I cannot tell you. I've already got the domain name locked down, so nobody can steal it. But I think it's a great name, and I don't want to leak it.
No, I don't want to know the name, but I do want to know your vision. What is your vision for this new record? What do you want to accomplish on this side of your life, and what are you going to do with that?
Well, anything that I do, and this may sound crazy, I don't really do it to make money. I do it to make a clean, honest living. But I'm in North Carolina, and in this state, there are so many talented people, and time is running out. And I've seen it throughout my career. I say the same faces in the same places. These people are so talented, but because they don't have a good team or the right team, they're just stuck in quicksand. They're in the same place. They're just getting older. And in this business, the older you get, if you're not in the game, the harder it gets. So I want to really help people to get their ministry, their music out there to the world, their gift. I can't sing, I can't write a note, I can't play an instrument, but I have good ears for music, and I've got a great programming mind. And so I want to help these people to expose their gifts and talents to the world. And then whatever happens financially happens. I don't have a goal of any set amount. I just ask God, to make it profitable, and he'll get the glory for it 100%. But just allow me to use my gifts and talents to help these other folks who have these great gifts and talents. So that's really, that's the mission of the whole label.
Well, that's so awesome. And may God continue to bless you and all the works that you have done. You have greatly blessed the Black Business Network today. And please tell our audience, where can we find you? How can we connect? And for those artists, gospel artists and artists who want to get their music on the radio, put your information out there. Where can we find you?
Okay. Before I do that, again, please don't forget to donate to the kids. Sow into their great minds. Come on, help them be educated and go on to live their dreams. It'll be one of the most rewarding things that you'll have ever done when you sow into them and they go on to be doctors, lawyers, preachers, teachers, entrepreneurs, and so on and so forth. And you can say, wow, I help them to get there. To find me, you can find me at jerrysmith03.com. jerrysmith03, that's my business website for JAS Consulting and Entertainment. As a matter of fact, if I wanted to talk to artists today about best practices to get your music played on the radio. If you reach out to me, I'll give you a free hour-long consulting session to get you on that right path, even if you're doing it right now. Maybe some nuggets that you don't know that you need to know, because I really want to share with you what I think would be a good strategy. It's helped me to get 2 #1 songs. Now I think I'm up to 8 top 30 songs on Billboard, 8 or 9. I'm losing track now. As I mentioned, I have one of my clients who's top 30, another one knocking on the door to get into the top 31, who just entered top 50 this week. So I want to share with you, especially as an independent artist, on what you can do to help you to get to the next level. Again, jerrysmith03.com. Again, I want to thank Dr. Kelly for the opportunity, all the people behind the scenes, because I know it's a team that does this. And you, thank you for these great questions and making me feel so comfortable being with you. I really appreciate you.
Well, I appreciate you, Jerry. It was such an enlightening, inspiring time hosting you today. And Jerry Smith, our time has come to an end. But before we go, I just want to let you know that the Black Business Network welcomes you, and we're so happy to have you. Speaking of that, thank you. I'm going to go on and speak about our scholarship. You have made mention about this amazing scholarship and what we're hosting and what the Black Business Network is doing. And as you heard Jerry Smith, he said it over and over. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and to participate, to give, to donate, to empower the next young entrepreneur, please go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. That is www.blackbusinessexpousa.com.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers. Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary.
Hey, we are back. We are back. And listen, our goal here at the Black Business Network, it is to give laptops up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Help a student get a laptop. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. This is why we're here. We are here to empower the next generation. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo sponsors in September 2024 for helping us. And I'm going to name our sponsors. I want to Thank Sway Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, RTV, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and of course, the Black Business Expo. We appreciate you. Don't forget to give at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and empower a child to get a laptop. It's been a great, and once again, the Black Business Network welcomes you.